Okay, good morning. Good afternoon. We have the adoption of the agenda. Is there any need to amend the agenda? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
15A2 will be moved to after public hearing. 15B1 will be moved ahead of 15A1. We're going to remove 16D3 altogether, and we're pulling 16D4 for further discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we'll go to roll call. Oh, actually, we need a motion.
I move to accept the agenda as amended.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, and in closed session, we'll be discussing pupil matters, public employment discipline, public employee discipline, and conference with legal counsel. And I need to read a statement here. The board will discuss the threat of litigation regarding the construction of the solar panel structures along the eastern fence line of Foothill Technology High School. We'll also do public employee appointments and conference with real property negotiators. And I believe, and we will be talking to DCG Strategies and for the price and negotiation of the properties, conference with legal counsel again, and counsel with labor negotiators. I'll entertain a motion to go to closed session.
Move to go to closed session?
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, for those that are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Again. Okay, we do have a report of action taken in closed session.
In closed session, the board took action to approve the appointment of Aaron Zeevy as the principal of Sheridan Way Elementary School. Motion was made by Dr. Jerry Dannenberg and seconded by Trustee Forsythe. The motion passed 4-0 with Trustee Peterson voting no. 4-1. Sorry, 4-1, thank you.
Okay, next we roll call.
Thank you. President Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Vice President James Forsythe.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Shannon Fredericks.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Naima Dickerson.
Here.
Student Board Member Abby Sargent.
Here.
And Student Board Member Sela Duque.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Peterson. I'll turn this over to Dr. Bayless. You're going to have Karen come up.
My pleasure to introduce Karen Hoost, Director of Educational Services. Take it away, Karen.
All right, good evening, Castro and public. It is our pleasure to shine a spotlight on our Ventura Unified Elementary dual language programs. We have 3 dual language elementary sites that are committed to the 3 pillars of dual language: bilingualism and biliteracy, high academic achievement in 2 languages across all subjects, and sociocultural competence. But the really fun part is to see them reach these goals. So at this time, I would like to call up our contingents from our 3 DL schools: Sheridan Way, Montalvo, and Will Rogers. Come on, guys. So it's my pleasure to introduce Eileen Tom from Sheridan Way, and she is accompanied today by her teacher, Mr. Michaels, teacher, Ms. Patricio, and acting principal, Mr. Peter Aguirre, plus her family. Hi, family. Thank you for coming. All right, Eileen, you want to take it away?
Hola, buenas tardes a todos ustedes. Mi nombre es Aileen Tom y represento a la escuela de Sheridan Way, donde actualmente curso el 5º grado. Yo soy nacida en este país, en Santa Fe, Nuevo México, y tengo 10 años. Mi mamá nació en México y mi papá en Hawái. Desde que nací, ellos tenían el deseo de que yo fuera bilingüe, por eso mi mamá siempre me hablaba español y mi papá inglés. Hoy me siento muy afortunada de poder hablar, escribir y leer en los 2 idiomas. Esto me ha ayudado mucho, pues me puedo comunicar con mi familia en México y hacer amigos ahí, pues ellos no hablan inglés. Puedo entender la cultura de mi propio país como la hispana. Mis papás me dicen que si yo continúo aprendiendo los 2 idiomas, cuando yo crezca y tenga una carrera profesional, más puertas se abrirán para mí y podría trabajar en compañías internacionales como lo hacen ellos. Hace 6 años mi familia y yo llegamos a Ventura y tuve la suerte de ser admitida en la escuela Sheridan Way. Y gracias a mis maestros que he tenido es que he aprendido todo lo que sé. Mis papás no podían creer que a los 7 años yo ya empezaba a leer en ambos idiomas al mismo tiempo. Mi escuela también me ha enseñado buenos valores como la regla de oro. Trata a otros como te gustaría ser tratado. Yo sigo la guía de nuestra escuela. Sé amable y haz lo mejor. También soy parte del mariachi Los Delfines, toco el violín y me encanta. Estoy muy agradecida con mis maestros y me siento orgullosa de ser un estudiante de Sheridan Way. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eileen Tom. I am here representing Sheridan Way Elementary School. Currently, I am in 5th grade. I was born in this country in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I am 10 years old. My mother is from Mexico, and my father is from Hawaii. Since I was born, my parents had in mind for me to be bilingual, and for that reason, my mom always talks to me in Spanish, and my dad in English. Today, I feel so fortunate that I can speak, write, and read in both languages. This had helped me a lot, because I can communicate with my family in Mexico and make friends there since most of the children do not speak English. I can understand the culture of my own country and the Hispanic culture. My brain can work faster when I need to translate from one language to another. Like when we travel to Mexico or Buenos Aires, I help my dad to translate everywhere we go, from ordering tacos to on the soccer field, where majority of the parents on my team only speak Spanish. My parents tell me if I keep learning both languages when I grow up and have a career, more doors will open for me and I could work for international companies like they do. My mom worked in 2 countries in Latin America, and because of her job, she moved to the country, and this is how my parents met. 6 years ago, we moved to Ventura, and I was lucky to be admitted at Sheridan Way Elementary School. Since then, I had learned a lot thanks to my teachers. My parents could not believe that when I was just 7 years old, I was able to read in both languages. My school had also taught me strong values like the golden rule: treat others how you would like to be treated. I follow our school motto: be kind and try your best. I am also part of the mariachi Los Delfines. I play the violin and I love it. I am grateful to my teachers and a proud student of Sheridan Way.
Thank you, Eileen. Gracias, señorita. Next, we have at Montalvo, we have student, close to my heart, we have student Brianna Reyes, accompanied by her teacher, Ms. Claire, and her principal, Ms. Esquivel. Brianna, you ready, girl? You got this.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Reyes. I go by Bree, and I'm a 5th grader at Montalvo Elementary. I am in a dual immersion program, and I have been it for 3 years. Before coming to Montalvo, I used to go to Cesar Chavez. 2 things I love about Montalvo are my teacher and my friends. My experience at Montalvo has been awesome. What I can remember the most of being in this program is learning a lot in 2 languages. We have lots of celebrations like the Day of the Dead, our spring carnival, and many other fun events. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Brianna Reyes, voy por Bri y estoy en 5º grado en la escuela Montalvo. Yo soy parte del programa Doble Inmersión por 3 años. Antes de asistir a Montalvo, iba a la escuela César Chávez. 2 cosas que amo de Montalvo son mi maestra y mis amigos. Mi experiencia en Montalvo ha sido asombroso. Lo que más recuerdo del programa es aprender mucho en los dos lenguajes. Nosotros tenemos muchas celebraciones, como el Día de los Muertos, el Carnaval de la Primavera y otros eventos. Benefits bilingual. Some benefits of being bilingual are being able to talk to many people who also speak English and Spanish. Another is having a higher opportunity to get a great job. Beneficios de ser bilingüe. Algunos beneficios de ser bilingüe son poder hablar con muchas personas que también hablan inglés y el español. Otros es tener mayores posibilidades de conocer un buen trabajo. Quotes. A quote that helps me get through school and life is "Si se puede," which means you can do this. It comes from Cesar Chavez, who has helped other students reach higher levels, including me. Una frase que me ayuda a superar la escuela y la vida es "si se puede". Viene de César Chávez, quien ha ayudado a otros estudiantes a alcanzar altos niveles, incluyendo a mí. I'm proud being bilingual. Soy una orgullosa bilingüe. Why am I proud to be bilingual? I'm proud to be bilingual because I am learning in 2 languages. Being bilingual also allows me to help my community. What do I hope for my future? I hope to continue getting good grades and build my English and Spanish stronger. I also hope one day to be a bilingual singer. ¿Por qué me enorgullece de ser bilingüe? Enorgullece ser bilingüe porque estoy aprendiendo 2 idiomas. Ser bilingüe también me permite ayudar a mi comunidad. ¿Qué espero para mi futuro? Espero seguir sacando buenos grados y mejorar mi inglés y mi español. También espero algún día ser una cantante bilingüe. Lastly, I wanted to share that I graduated from my SPED services just yesterday. Thank you for this opportunity, and your time being bilingual is my superpower. Thank you. Por último, quería compartir que me gradué de mis servicios de educación especial ayer mismo. Gracias por esta oportunidad y su tiempo. Ser bilingüe es mi superpoder.
I'm going to be smiling for days after this. All right. And to wrap us up for the evening, from Will Rogers, we have Mr. Renzo Kulki, and he is accompanied by his Principal Elias, and his very proud family. You ready, Renzo?
All right, buddy. There you go.
Hola, mi nombre es Renzo Kulki y yo estoy en el programa de Dual Inmersión y también estoy representando a Will Rogers. Para mí, ser bilingüe significa ser parte de la cultura hispánica y cuando viajo a lugares que no hablan mi primer lenguaje puedo tener conversaciones. También siendo bilingüe significa que tengo una comunidad más grande y la potencia de tener más amigos. Cuando leo libros en español es como leer una perspectiva diferente de la misma historia que en inglés. Además, me gusta Will Rogers porque hacemos muchas actividades divertidas como el Feedathon, Día de los Muertos, y en el 5º grado visitar a la isla de Catalina. Igualmente me gustan los maestros porque ellos son muy amables y me ayudan a aprender. Yo pienso que ser bilingüe es fantástico y yo deseo que más personas puedan ser bilingüe. Hello, my name is Renzo Kulki, and I'm in the dual immersion program. I'm also representing Will Rogers. To me, to be bilingual means that I'm part of the Hispanic culture, and when I travel to places that don't speak my first language, I can still have conversations. Also, being bilingual means you can have a larger community and potential for friends. When I'm reading books in Spanish, it's like reading a different perspective of the same story than in English. I also love being at Will Rogers because we do a lot of cool and fun activities like the Feedathon, Dia de los Muertos, and when we're in 5th grade, we get to go to Catalina Island. I also like all the teachers and staff because they're really kind and help me learn. I think being bilingual is wonderful, and I wish more people could be bilingual.
We hope you enjoyed that. We could not be prouder of our dual language sites, our dual lingual kids, our teachers, our principals, and our families who go the extra mile to give an exemplary education to our students. Thank you.
Jerry, do you have any comments?
I'd just like to thank all the kids for coming and sharing. We're very proud of the program, and we're proud of you for taking part in it. Thank you very much.
I would just say this is the dual immersion program is near and dear to my heart. I started in education 30 years ago in a dual immersion program as an instructional assistant in Long Beach Unified. And I've seen the miracle of dual language programs, and I just want to applaud all of our students. You truly are developing your superpower, and I'm really proud of you.
Quiero agradecer a todos los padres y hijos que están aquí para compartir su aprendizaje con nosotros y somos realmente orgullosos de ustedes. Lo que ustedes brindan no solamente a su escuela, para a esta comunidad es importante y se lo agradecemos.
One of the benefits of DLI is the confidence in speaking, and you could see or tell that there's a high degree of confidence when they do public speaking. So I got to hand it to the kids, the teachers, the principals. You guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Yeah, that was the exact thing I was going to say. Like, public speaking is most people's fear. And not only did you overcome that, you did it in 2 languages. So I applaud you once again. And families, thanks for being here. And we're here every other Tuesday. So anytime you want to come back.
All right, good evening. My name is Naima Dickerson, and this is a look into what's been happening at Buena High School for the month of September. To begin, we have our new classes. We have AP Seminar, AP Human Geography, and Broadcast Journalism. Buena is currently the only high school in the district to offer the Capstone program, which is a series of AP classes, and AP Human Geography. AP Human Geography looks at different patterns, cultures, systems, and more that humans have impacted and engaged with. AP Seminar, which is the first AP class for the Capstone program, prepares students for AP Lang, AP Lit, has a lot of research opportunities, and overall it gives a lot of underclassmen the opportunity to dive into the world of AP classes and just see themselves as AP students who can take these courses and not only do okay but excel at them. So these courses have been a really great opportunity, and we've heard a lot of great feedback about them in their first month. And then the Wellness Center hosted a chalk art lunchtime activity in support of Suicide Awareness Month. There were a lot of sayings like 988, tomorrow needs you, you are loved, that were written across our lot, and lots of students stopped to observe, walking to lunch, walking during break, and we had a lot of college and career counselors join us as well. And then we had our club day this past week, and it was one of the most successful we've ever seen in terms of student participation. There were many returning clubs like the Gender and Sexuality Alliance, Black Student Union, Key Club, and a lot of other familiar faces. But there were also a handful of new clubs like the Creators Guild, the Political Research and Information Association, and Canvas of Kindness. What's really fascinating about this club day was that every club received almost a full page of signups, a lot of them having more than 20 kids sign up for the first time, get involved with the club, and we think that it's crucial that students really get involved and have a purpose in coming to school and having a place in the community. Also, last week we had our back to school night. We always like to kick off our back to school night with our stellar drum line. They always are just such a powerhouse. And then it was followed by some counselor and board member introductions and ended with teachers meeting with their students, educators, and mentors. The back to school nights at Buena formulate such a community of support and motivation, and it was wonderful to see such a large turnout of families and full classrooms. Coming up, we have our College and Career Center's Financial Night on Thursday. We have our Dia de los Muertos poster contest where students can submit any artwork that they want in order to be featured on our Dia de los Muertos posters. And then we have our Not So Silent Night auditions, which is our annual Christmas album that our students produce. And then we have our student showcase in the Downtown Ventura Cinefest Art Walk. So we have a lot of students and their films that are being featured that are all student directed. And yes, that is all. Thank you so much.
Hello, I am Abby Sargent. I will be the second representative for Pacific High School. I am a senior as well as a participant in our school's ASB and Interact Club. I'm very grateful to be speaking here tonight. For our first slide, we have our Wellness Center. In our Wellness Center, we have a social worker, Ms. Henry, who, along with the Wellness Peers, has been working very hard to support our students. This last week, for Suicide Prevention Month, they held an activity where students would write kind words, supporting mottos, just try to be loving, and they wrote it on sticky notes and posted it on a board for all students to see across campus. In our Wellness Center, we also have our family liaison, Rosemary, who has now been giving out candygrams to students for good attendance. And I'll just say it's an amazing pick-me-up in class. I love receiving the candygrams. Then we had our Q4 Ren field trip, which was for our Renaissance students. I personally went on this field trip, and it was amazing. It was a guided tour of the Getty Center in LA. We got amazing feedback from students. They seemed to love it, and we got free parking passes to go back. Then we have our YA club. YA stands for Youth Activities. It's a before and after school programs that students can receive credits for going. Our newest addition to YA is our weight room, which has, as you can see, a lot of machines and weights. Another thing that's coming up for YA is our video game league. We don't have sports at Pacific, but we have video games. And it will be competitive, and it's starting in early October. So stay tuned. Then we had our back to school night, which was September 17th. A whole crowd of parents and students came to listen to teachers talk, to see their classrooms, and most importantly, free food. Then during September 16th to October 16th, Pacific will be celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. On the 17th, last Wednesday, we had 2 musicians come to our school. They played the harp, guitar, they sang to our students during lunch. They also happened to be a friend of a teacher on campus, Ms. Winchester, thank you. And it was an amazing performance. Students loved it. Teachers brought out sombreros for kids to wear. Some unsuspecting didn't know they were going to be wearing the hats, but it was very fun. And for our upcoming events, these will be hosted and planned by our ASB Period 3 class, which I happen to be in. Something we have coming up is an El Grito staff contest, which will be on October 15th. And fingers crossed if it gets approved by risk management and Escar Musa. We haven't heard back from them, but hopefully soon, an Escar Musa performance. Then we have our farm update. It's not much, but our farm at our school, Celis Ranch, will be working with the YA Club to do a farm to fork program. And last but not least, PHS for the very first time for our student and staff portrait photos will be done by our yearbook club. So that's very big to them. They're going to do amazing. Every time the yearbooks come out, it's amazing. So I expect nothing but the best. And that seems to be all. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stella Duca. I'm Ventura High's ASB president. And first off, I want to recognize all the students that came up to talk. You guys were truly amazing. I feel really touched and very proud of you guys. I think it's incredible what you're doing. And you guys are doing just as good as me, and I'm way older than you. So I'm really proud of you guys. And I also want to thank the other student board members who came out tonight. Starting off with culture and climate, our amazing wellness center hosted an activity during lunch where students were able to write kind words on little fun-shaped pieces of paper, and that had a very positive effect. A lot of people I heard really liked it, and they really loved how the wellness center was having interactive activities that they could participate in during the school hours. Renaissance, our Renaissance class, which focuses on student and staff appreciation, has consistently been finding innovative and creative ways to recognize our staff on campus. This has included making posters with encouraging positive messages and posting them around campus, and then also pictured. They have also created very impressive caricatures of our campus aides and our counselors. I'm not sure who did that, but credit to them because it looks amazing. And I've seen students stop and look at them, and I think it's a really creative way of having people look at the names and see, oh, this is my counselor, this is my staff. And I think it's a really amazing way for Renaissance to be able to show who these people are and what they do for us. We have had very active sports teams so far this year. We have football, flag football, girls golf, girls tennis, cross country, girls volleyball, and boys water polo. And they've all been competing in tournaments and games. And also cheer, dance, and hip hop have been performing at various events. This last week, ASB hosted the homecoming rally and dance and curated the homecoming game halftime and homecoming court reception. The theme of our dance this year was Homecoming in a Galaxy Far, Far Away, and for those of you who do not know, that is a reference to the very famous Star Wars movies. I think it's a pretty new theme for us. Our year theme is Disney, and we chose Star Wars because we felt it was a nice way to have a lot of people be able to come and feel included in our events. Our rally last Friday went exceptionally well, and the student body was consistently cheering and focused on the performances and games we had, one of which was our MCs actually battling our principal, who was dressed as Darth Vader. That garnered a lot of cheering. We moved our dance this year up to the upper parking lot near the beach volleyball courts. Knowing how close the dance was going to be to residents in Ventura, we hand-delivered letters and pumpkins because we knew it was probably going to be loud and pretty late. And overall, homecoming dance was very successful. We had a high rate of attendance, about over 700 people, I believe. And I've heard a lot of positive feedback from many different students around campus. Our homecoming halftime and football game also went well. Cougars won. And our dance, hip-hop, and cheer teams had amazing performances. Our student section was very excited during this game, and it was truly an electric atmosphere and a good group of students this year. Now for upcoming events at VHS, starting today. I don't have any pictures up there because I couldn't get them on the slides in time because it happened during lunch. But I saw a lot of people at our club rush this week. We also have it on Thursday, and it's really exciting because we had an increase in the amount of clubs that were turning in constitutions, and there was a lot of different clubs. I mean, today I saw a Lego club, which I myself might even join. And it's really exciting to see the amount of people that came out and were signing up for clubs, even just on the first day. And we want to have this for clubs to promote themselves, and it encourages a really united community, and I think it's really amazing that we are able to do that. Tomorrow we have our back to school night where we will have parents come and meet the teachers, talk, walk around, and ASB will be helping teachers find their students' teachers and also classrooms. And then we also have a lot of sports events coming up. Tonight I believe we have Pacifica flag football, Cougars against Pacifica, and then I also think we have a home varsity volleyball game for girls. And then obviously a football game on Friday, I think away. And so yeah, thank you so much for coming out, everybody. I'm really excited for the rest of the school year.
Correspondence.
Thank you, President Peterson. Yes, we had a letter from the County Office of Ed approving our LCAP and adopted budget. As has been noted in the past, they laud us for the work that's been done, but just ask us to continue to monitor the multi-year plans, including alignment with expenditures and revenues, and watching closely to our enrollment, which of course we are doing. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have public comment, but we do have a statement we need you to listen to.
Good evening, everyone. We will give you 3 minutes to speak this evening, and we'll give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. However, before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board also understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities, meetings, and events, and the use of electronic media. Please remember we have students who are attending our meetings, so keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated. Just speak right on into it. And I'll bring up our timer first. I'm going to call 3 names at a time, if you don't mind making your way up as I call them. First up will be Robert Ibarra, followed by Casey Rodriguez, followed by Amanda Carrier.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. And hope I can do as best as these kids did. So, paraeducators. What is a paraeducator? Well, in a nutshell, paras do the job that not everyone can do. Paras have heart. They work tirelessly to support their teachers and students. Paras see students from the bus in the morning to the bus in the afternoon. Paras see students at their best and at their most difficult times. But paras continue to do their best with a smile. Be it in the classroom, helping students with their work, or outside the classroom, toileting, or during nutrition, or lunch, and or cleaning the students up and refreshing them or assisting them with medical procedures, and paras care about their students. A little history lesson. Going back a few years, the district, along with VESPA, created the para tiers, para 1, 2, and 3. While on paper, it all looked great. In practice, now for a few years, there are some wrinkles that need to be ironed out. The implementation of the tiers brought VUSD up to par with other surrounding districts. Then after a couple of years, the district adjusted the para's hourly wage and made it competitive to other districts, helping with retention and recruitment. For all the hard work that paras do, they appreciated the increase. There is still work to be done with total compensation to be more competitive with other surrounding districts, but that's for a later date. The district has improved the position, and we thank you for that, and to Human Resources for getting things done. Thank you, Andrea. Special Education Admin, Neil and Nick, thank you for listening to our para needs and providing the tools and training that's needed. I'll close on this. It takes a special paraprofessional to hear what a child can't say. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Casey Rodriguez, followed by Amanda Carrier, followed by Nathan Donnelly.
My professional high school performance as a paraeducator is known and respected in and out of the classroom. This week, I'm attending Ventura County's 2nd Annual Disability Summit, where a major sponsor invited me to attend once again because they understand the importance of having a paraeducator at the summit to advocate for our youth's needs. At school, I'm seen as a safe person for all students and family. Many know who I am, and because of that, they are either feel safe to be at school or have their children at school with me. It is a joy to see the rapid and positive advancements my assigned student is making due to working with him for almost a year where I consistently showed up, fostering our relationship, making him feel safe, while encouraging his educational success. Because of my consistency, assurance, and having someone believe in him, he has become a classroom leader, exemplifying how to become an achieving student. One day, he might outgrow needing me, which makes me a tad sad because I give my whole heart. But I am excited to meet the next new student who will be greatly enriched by my talents. Ending as a team player, I need to say I'm highly concerned with the much larger number of students we have in our classroom. We desperately need more paras. Our classroom paras are becoming one-on-ones, and that's not beneficial for the teacher. There are so many desks, and that sometimes just walking in a classroom is a safety hazard. And the per student that is in a wheelchair has very, very limited spaces. Trying to line them up is worse than trying to get all your ducks in a row. I'm not sure how other classrooms are, but my assigned classroom desperately needs more help. You guys know where I'm at. Please come visit for yourself and see what we're going through on an everyday basis. Thank you.
Up next is Amanda Carrier, followed by Nathan Donnelly, followed by Catherine Pike.
Good evening, trustees and VUSD staff. My name's Amanda Carrier. I'm a bilingual paraeducator at Citrus Glen Elementary, where I began working in December 2004. Tonight, I want to highlight the importance and the resilience of the paraeducators within Ventura Unified School District. Last year was a rough year for us, as it was for you with the district cuts and the budget that needed to have some reductions. Many of the paraeducators were affected by this, and some of their positions were eliminated, myself included. I'm very fortunate to have been rehired by my school site for another year, and I feel privileged that I can continue to support the English language learners at Citrus Glen. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve the students, to serve the staff there, and the families and the community, of which I've been a part since 2004. In spite of the uncertainty that the paraeducators have gone through this last year, we continue to do our jobs because of our love and our passion for the students that we work with. We love to make an impact in their lives and see these children change because of our influence. Many paraeducators this year are at different school sites than what they have worked at previously. They are working with different students, different teachers, different parents, different staff. Yet the commitment and the dedication of the paraeducators remains the same. We will adapt and we will do our best for the students, for their well-being. Paraeducators are an essential part of every school here in VUSD. We support those students that often are the most vulnerable and have the most needs. Whether it's a paraeducator too, working one-on-one with a student that has an IEP, or bilingual paras like myself with students that English is not their native language, or just a general para that's given instructional support to a child that is struggling academically. We foster strong relationships with our students, with the teachers that we work with, and with their families, giving support so the students can grow in confidence and self-esteem
30
and
seconds.
ultimately academic success. Whether we're teaching reading skills, comprehension, vocabulary, interpreting at conferences, back to school night, chaperoning field trips, socially, emotionally, behaviorally, instructionally supporting children, we do it to have a positive impact on lives and future lives of this generation. Thank you for the opportunity that you have given me for at least one more year to serve the students of Ventura Unified.
Up next, Nathan Donnelly, followed by Catherine Pike, followed by Ms. Holliday.
Last board meeting, board members said that they agonized over cuts made to staff. I want to remind the board that the cuts were made to classified staff swiftly. And when people heard of cuts being made to certificated staff, the public outcry forced you to agonize over those cuts. I want to remind us all that board members sat in these seats all of last year, some even further back, and it wasn't until summer that they finally decided to do a budget boot camp and understand what to look for. We are all part of this public school system, a public service that somehow has a CBO and a CEO and granular language well suited for a financial boardroom. Individuals who have worked their way up the ladder and been further and further removed from the classroom. The result is a group of decision makers that have no idea what a classroom needs. Put new people in their seats and the result will be the same because the system is working exactly as intended. These decision makers don't know that copiers at a school site need automatic staplers. These decision makers, or any other in their seats, don't budget for the election because that bucket pays for what a classroom needs, not what makes them look good. The budget was $3 million over in contracted services, and somehow the blame was placed on employees taking sick days. Overworked, stressed out teachers taking a sick day during flu season, but no analysis was done on why those days might have been taken. Having blackout days for sick was even floated as an idea. This is the result of a system run as a corporation when it is a public service. Until the budget process starts with what does every single student need for a life of dignity, the result will always be the same. We ask for smaller class sizes proven to improve student achievement. When classes are kept at 18 or below, student achievement in math and reading improve for our most vulnerable populations. This is not a pipe dream. We live in California, and California has the 4th largest economy in the world. A $4 trillion economy should provide a world-class education. Instead, money flows to unproven private tech companies. Where you spend your dollar is a choice. The public doesn't need to be educated on what an LCAP is or your fiscal solvency. The only solution is fully funded schools. Fully fund the schools, and your enrollment will increase. Your sick days will decrease. Your student achievement will be through the roof, and you will provide a life of dignity for our entire student population.
Up next is Catherine Pike, followed by Ms. Holliday, followed by Holly Riddle.
Good evening, Honorable Board. I come to you with a message on behalf of myself and my union siblings. Good evening. The Ventura Unified Education Association voices its support for Ventura's immigrant community and stands in solidarity with Ventura Unified School District's immigrant families. Regardless of race, ethnicity, or citizenship status, our students deserve access to a quality education. Education is a civil right, and it is crucial that the Ventura community treats our students with dignity and respect. Because of this, we also echo Ventura Unified's declaration for the future of every student and affirm our commitment to support all VUSD students and families. We stand together in this struggle with our brethren in the United Farm Workers Association and the broader VUSD community. In light of the Supreme Court's ruling in Noem versus Vasquez Perdomo and the accompanying raids in Ventura County, we demand further immigration training for all school staff to support our immigrant students and families. We also stand with our fellow CTA union members when we state definitively that ICE has no place in our schools. Our students cannot learn in fear, just as our families and staff cannot thrive in the face of danger. In the wake of these threats, we continue our unwavering support of our immigrant community, and we vow to protect our students. We are VUEA. We are union strong. Together, we will continue to support our most vulnerable students and families. Everyone is welcome here. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Holliday, followed by Holly Riddle, and that will be the last public comment.
Good evening. My name is Ina. As a mother of children in the VUSD school district, I want my children to feel safe, that their freedom of speech is protected without the threat of violence or social ostracism. As the recent horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk has demonstrated, this country's public education system has failed to teach the value of free speech. Furthermore, it has enabled the mischaracterization of anyone who expresses speech not in alignment with the preferred perspective. I have personally experienced the intolerance of the people who promote tolerance. I have also personally experienced the social disapproval at college and university campuses for expressing a different perspective. There is a culture of exclusion, not inclusion, in education. When my son entered high school, he tried to start a Turning Point USA chapter. One of his teachers, who told him that he would be willing to be a sponsor for him, suddenly was too busy when my son told him it was for TPUSA. None of the other teachers he felt comfortable asking were able to sponsor him either. Soon after Charlie Kirk was shot, my son and a friend of his created a poster to display at the school. The poster simply said, "Pray for Charlie." My son told me that the teacher he asked for tape for the poster told him, "You didn't get this from me." Teachers who support free speech and what Charlie Kirk did are too afraid to openly support students. That is not how things were when I was a kid in school. The fear of sharing ideas because of being called names, ostracized, losing your job, and being unjustly stereotyped as a terrible human being is real. I also experienced this fear, but I replaced it with courage. My son told me that the teachers and administrators at his school do not care. It is so sad that he feels that way. I understand why. We have experienced the marginalization, false generalization, and deliberate disregard of our family values. It appears the school district failed to recognize the monumental impact of Charlie Kirk's assassination. My children did not receive any message from the school about the counselors being available for them to talk if they needed to. When a major national incident occurs, especially a school shooting, many school districts do offer the message that counselors are available for students. This major event cannot be ignored. It is historic. People are affected by it. We need to
30
end the
seconds.
jumping to negative conclusions and dehumanization of people who have different perspectives. We need to teach our children how to have honest and respectful discourse. I ask the school board to support our students and teachers who are afraid to speak. It is our American value of free speech that makes our country great. We cannot lose that. Thank you.
Holly Riddle, last speaker.
Good evening. My name is Holly Riddle. I have nothing planned. This is off the cuff. I'm a paraeducator at Buena High School. I also work in the after-school program at Elmhurst Elementary. When people ask what my day looks like, I tell them I do a 10-hour day for 8 hours of pay, which I am very grateful for. I've been a paraeducator for 14 years. I was hired through the grace of God by this wonderful woman right here. And I just kind of wanted to tell you about my day because I'm not sure you know what a paraeducator does, and my day was very busy today. I start out in a mild mod class with my students. Halfway through, I got pulled, and I was put up in our moderate to severe class. I also have a gen ed class that I go into, and I take notes for my several students that are in resource that have IEPs. I'm also in 3 classes where I work with all different groups in regards to like art or 3D art or wood shop. So I'm one of those paras that's in every kind of department in all places at all times. I'm also that para that always ends up in a weird place at a weird time, and I see things that no one else sees. I am on TikTok regularly. That's my way to relax at the end of the day. And one of the things I just saw is that it said paraeducators are the ones that are closest to the children and yet furthest from the decisions that are made for them. And that is true. We build a rapport. We hear and see things that no one else tends to see. We know more. The kids forget we're in the room because we're not the teacher, but we're sitting there right there in the trenches with them, and that is an amazing position to be in. Same thing happens in the after-school program. I go and I leave the high school and I go and hang out with 1st through 5th graders, and that's a totally different environment, and it's a wonderful thing, and it gives great perspective on how the day goes and how the rest of the year is going to go, and to see it through eyes of littles who are just starting out and seeing the ones that are graduating. So we are constantly working hard, obviously not doing it for the money. There's many of us that have 2 to 3 jobs.
30 seconds.
And we just want you to know who we are and what we're doing, and if anytime you have any questions, you can ask any of us, and we'd love to share our day with you. Thank you very much.
That is all for general public comment this evening.
Okay, next. As amended, we're going to go to 15A2. Or no, that's after the public hearing, I'm sorry. Now we're in the public, we're going to start the public hearing. Oh, yes. We know you might have, you're welcome to stay, but we know you might have homework or something to get to, so you can take this moment to leave the diocese if you choose to.
See you guys soon.
Thank you for being here.
So, Dr. Bayless, public hearing.
Thank you very much, President Pearson. Dr. Castro, regarding textbook, sufficiency of textbooks or instructional materials for the 2025-26 school year. Ventura Unified School District is holding a public hearing on September 23rd, 2025 at 6 o'clock at the Education Service Center Boardroom, 255 West Stanley Avenue, Suite 100, Ventura, California, regarding the sufficiency of textbooks or instructional materials or both for the 2025-26 school year that are aligned to the content standards adopted by the State Board as required by Education Code 60119. Notice of the public hearing was published in the Ventura County Star newspaper and posted in 3 public locations in the Ventura Unified School District.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless. So it's staff's recommendation that we open the public hearing at 7:05 to receive any public comments. Marianne, do we have any public comment in the public hearing?
We do not.
Okay. Then it would be staff's recommendation that we close the public hearing at 7:05 and a half. Thank you very much.
Okay, now as amended, we are going to go to 15A2.
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson. Given the conversation and board questions at the last regularly scheduled board meeting about VUSD's proposed partnership with PK, we've invited Rogelio Ramirez, our VUSD bilingual parent liaison, to present on PK as he is the leader on this initiative. So thank you, Rogelio, and family members for being here. Oh, and Karen
Good
Hoos.
afternoon, Board of Education. I was not prepared for this. I thought Karen was going to present, but we can do it together. Teamwork. Okay, additional requested information on proposed Parent Institute for Quality Education, PK. This is what we'll be talking about today. This is our agenda: program overview, VUSD PK MOU provisions, background history, rationale, and metrics, and then we'll talk about the budget as well. Would you like to do this one?
Sure. So an overview of PK's signature program, Family Engagement in Education, is a program on parent education on how to foster a positive educational environment both at home and school. It is specifically tailored towards our Spanish-speaking multilingual English learner, or MLEL, families. PK workshop topics include, among others, supporting homework, how to get the most out of parent conferences, discussing academic successes and challenges with your student and how to support them and celebrate them through both, understanding how grade point averages work and what A through G requirements are, how to navigate the supports available to students and families, such as intervention programs, counseling opportunities, clubs, kind of an orientation about all the stuff that goes into our educational systems. Oopsie, sorry. And how to do college application and admittance practices and how those processes work for families in our community.
So we'll talk about details of PK's signature program, Family Engagement in Education. This program consists of weekly evening 6 p.m. sessions over 8 weeks from January to March. And they are in-person classes at the ESC. Classes are taught in Spanish. We offer childcare and dinner is provided for parents. Class is capped at 50 attendants. In the graduation celebration at the end of the course is for parents attending at least 4 classes.
The background and history of PK in VUSD. The first VUSD class happened in 2008 with 80 parent graduates at DATA. They have led successful institutes at multiple VUSD sites, including Atlas, Sheridan Way, Balboa, DATA, Buena, Foothill, and Ventura High. Typically, they come from the ELAC group at each site when you assess needs and what families are interested in. Repeat trainings have been requested by graduate parents as children move through grades, and multiple families have returned to continue learning. So, for example, if you were a family at Sheridan Way, maybe you focused more on how to navigate parent conferences, how to help with reading at home, how to support homework, while if you were at Foothill and you did PK, maybe you're learning more about how college admittance works, what A through G requirements are. So families have come back throughout their school career to do PK over and over again. This year, in response to our DLAC's feedback, we offer ongoing family education throughout the year, right, in different things. And so one of the things that we offered last year didn't really get great feedback. And so we said, okay, what are families interested in? And our DLAC group asked for PK from the district. So it's a little bit different. In the past, it's coming from sites, ELAC in the past, but our DLAC group asked for PK, kind of runs centrally. So our thought was to open it up to schools across the district and make it available to families with a centralized group at the ESC this time.
Okay, we'll talk about a little bit about PK research. A 2024 study by the Center of Equity and Biliteracy Education Research, CEBER, at San Diego State University, my alma mater, by the way, found that 91% of students whose caregivers completed PK 8-week signature family engagement program graduated high school, and 56.6% pursued higher education. Among English learners, 92% graduated, and 57% enrolled in college. Outcomes that far exceed state and national averages, highlighting the program's lasting impact on educational equity. And we have the website right there, and we can find additional studies found at the research studies and surveys for PK.
And so while we know that statistics and well-run longitudinal studies are super important, really it boils down to is what does it mean to our families. So at this time, we'd like to welcome parent Emma Bernabe to talk about her experience with PK in VUSD. Welcome, Emma.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma, and my husband is there, Raul Perea. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to share our experience with the Board of Directors. With PK Partners Institution for Quality Education, we took the PK workshops in 2012 in person in Ventura High School, and by Zoom in 2020. We knew very little about the education systems work in the U.S. PK workshops were very helpful for us. We always knew college was important, but PK taught us how to help our children to get to graduate from high school and go to college or university. They taught us about grades, how to talk to another parents, and how to ask for help, and how to communicate with teachers and the staff from the school. We have 5 kids, 3 they already graduation from Ventura High School. One of my kids, 2 of the graduation, they are in college. One, he became an electricity engineer, and one, he became a teacher. And the third one is in the Army. His graduation, sorry for my emotions, his graduation in next month. And my kid who was in the Army, after his graduation, he take a break 1 year. And when he back to college, he got his MTA, and he go to the forest fire for the season, and he started working in the ambulance after that for more than 1 year. And now he's almost graduation for the Army Academy.
She will say this next part in Spanish, and I will interpret to English. Go ahead. Continúe, por favor.
Oh, les quisimos compartir
We wanted to share with you
nuestra experiencia,
this experience.
porque les queremos decir que los programas que
We
traen al
want to tell
distrito
you that the programs that you bring to our district
o a nuestras
and
escuelas
to our schools,
de nuestros hijos
our children's schools,
nos ayudan a tener paciencia
help us to be patient with them,
con nuestros hijos
with our children,
y ser mejores padres
and become better parents,
y educarnos
and be educated
en todas las áreas de
in
educación
all areas of education,
y servir más a la comunidad
and to serve the community much better,
para tomar mejores decisiones
to take much better decisions as well.
juntos con nuestros hijos.
Take better decisions together with our children.
Queremos mencionar la importancia que el distrito nos dé recursos de educación
We
para
want to
seguir
say that
creciendo
it is
juntos.
important that the district give us resources in education so that we can keep growing
Junto con nuestros hijos.
together with our children.
Porque mi dicho es como
Because what I always say is,
no habemos padres tontos
there are no dumb parents
o ignorantes,
or ignorant parents.
solo que no tenemos los recursos
Only
o
what
la
happens is that we
oportunidad
don't
para
have the
educarnos.
resources and the opportunity to get education for ourselves.
Trabajemos juntos como equipo si se puede
Let's work together as a team. Yes, we can do it.
y les pedimos a la mesa directiva el
And we ask the
apoyo
Board of Education for your support
para que sigan brindando más recursos
so that you can bring even more resources
para los padres
for parents
y seguir juntos la educación con
and
nuestros hijos.
continue together the education together with our children.
Y les quería agregar,
I just want to add,
uno de mis hijos que está en el
one
colegio
of my,
quiere ser
my
maestro,
children who is in college, he wants to be a teacher now.
el otro que está en high
The one
school
who is in high school,
quiere después ingresar a las
he
fuerzas
wanted to
aéreas
go to
también.
the Air Force.
La que está en elementary
My
quiere
daughter in elementary,
quiere ser
she
veterinaria
wants to be a veterinary.
y mis hijos son bilingües.
And all my children are bilingual.
Y tengo dos hijos con educación
I have
especial.
two of my children are special education.
Uno ya fue graduado
One of them already graduated,
y uno está por graduarse y con muy buenos
and the other one
puntos.
is about to graduate, and he has really good scores.
Y seguimos avanzando juntos.
We will continue advancing together.
Es lo que yo tengo mi experiencia para
That's my
compartirles.
experience, and I wanted to share with you
Todo lo que nos ha ayudado todo lo que nos han ayudado a crecer también como padres,
the ways that we have been able to grow as parents.
porque como ahora nosotros, como mi esposo y yo regresamos a la escuela,
Now, my husband and I, we are going back to school now
porque también nuestros hijos nos dijeron
because our children told us
que también como nosotros los empujamos
the same
para
way we
seguir la
pushed them to
educación,
continue education,
también nosotros tenemos que
we as
seguir la
parents
educación.
should continue our education as well.
Es por eso que les pedimos que nos den la
That's
oportunidad
why
o
we
les den
ask
a
you
más padres la oportunidad
To
para
give
que
us,
este
continue
recurso
giving us
siga.
the opportunity and give other parents the same opportunity you gave to us through PK.
Gracias.
Thank you.
At this time, it is my honor to invite our DLAC president, Maria Honorato, to speak about her experiences with the PK program.
Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Maria Honorato, and first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude for allowing me to share my experience with all of you in the PK program. My husband and I took this course 7 years ago at E.P. Foster Elementary School. It was a great opportunity to have learned that not only rich people could go to universities, but rather anyone who has the desire to get a higher education. In this program, we learned about the requirements needed to apply for any university. It also helped us to understand that the high school counselors can help students submit a good resume and how to apply for scholarships. From learning all this, my husband and I now feel confident and optimistic that our children will have a better opportunity than us for their future. My oldest son is in his last year of high school at El Camino, and he is planning to attend Ventura College for 2 years and eventually transfer to Channel Island University to get a degree on business administration. My youngest son, he is a 9th grader at BHS. He also plans to attend university when the time rolls around. If his future allows him, he will be a computer science major at USC. Finally, I would like to thank the Ventura Unified School District for offering guidance to us parents on how to provide support throughout our kids' academic journey throughout the PK program. Thank you so much.
The recruitment for this PK will be a little bit different than it has been in the past because of that centralization. So in the past, when ELAC has said, hey, we'd like to have a PK program here at Sheridan Way, for example, PK would call all the parents at Sheridan Way who were listed as MLs, maybe 60 families, 100 families, right? If we're going to offer it through the district, that's 2,700 families. So what we're going to do is through Parent Square, we'll push out the opportunity, the information. Interested parents, please let us know. At that point, PK will then reach out to those parents who have indicated interest. So a little bit different model that we've done in the past because we're centralizing the opportunity for families. Budget considerations, the MOU with PK is $14,500. It's not school specific. That would be open to all district families. And using language about, 55 would cost this much, et cetera. And so what we've decided to do is just say 50, right? We know it's $14,500, but if more parents indicate interest, we can come back and perhaps offer something else in the future. But if we cap it at 50 for this time, then we can be certain of the cost. That's $14,500. And then in order to make this accessible for our families, welcoming, we've also budgeted an additional $1,600 for childcare to have available to families during that time. And because people are working jobs and running around and coming last minute, that type of thing, we'd also like to provide a light dinner, pizzas and salads, whatever, for $2,800 over the course of the 8 weeks total, which brings the initiative to $18,900 total for those 50 families. Questions? Thank you. Oh, did they escape? They're back there. Okay. Questions?
I had a question. So one of the things that was mentioned was that it was really valuable, like, to have it be kind of tied to where your child is academically, right? So if they're in elementary school, you're learning about how to support them in that elementary phase of their journey. By centralizing it, are we losing that?
I mean, I think you could make that case. I think we have to see who comes, right? I don't know if there's an opportunity to do breakout groups, maybe some interest, get feedback from the parents who are there to tailor it as much as possible. I thought about that. I don't know. I'm sure that we can work with PK and get feedback from the parents who sign up to ensure that a variety of information is offered and then provide opportunities for follow-up, additional question and answer periods, maybe, kind of breakout groups, like I said, to ensure that, that the needs are met of the parents who are in attendance. We might have to wait to see who actually decides to come.
And I just wanted to offer that this is similarly in line with AVID and what AVID does with elementary and middle school. They try to create a college-going culture, K-12. So some of the programming in PK is similar to that in that regardless of where you're at in the journey as a parent with schools, the messaging is very similar. Some of the specific information might be grade level specific, but in general, that college-going culture is a part of the PK programming.
And I would just build on that Maria, you shared at EP Foster is where you learned about the A through G requirements and college applications. So I think there is some value maybe in hearing the whole span of how it works as well, even for the younger students.
Thank you. I wanted to begin by thanking the parents for being here this evening. Your input is really, really valuable to us as we make decisions. So thank you for being here. And also, thank you for your commitment to completing the program and working with the program. That was one of my questions was, what is the completion rate?
For VUSD or in
for
general?
Parents. So if we have, right, so for example, if we have 50 parents sign up, traditionally, what percentage of those parents, I know you said it was an 8-week program, 4 weeks in order to receive your certificate. I'm just wondering, it's a huge commitment for parents. You guys are working and taking care of families and being able to commit to 8 weeks. I'm wondering what portion, what percentage of families complete the program?
I was going to say that's tough to answer from some aspect because it's been site run, right? So I don't have access to a lot of that data. Rogelio, I know you've been a part of facilitating this at sites. Would you like to speak to that?
Of course, I can speak a little bit about that. We've had different courses for parents in the past years, and that I've been a family liaison. Our courses are very well attended. We usually have between 30, 35, and sometimes even 40, and we have all parents complete all the way to the end of the courses. Usually we lose maybe 1, 2, 3, but not that many. Most of them end up continuing until the last class.
Thank you, that's helpful.
And I was just going to offer too
Yes.
that it's
President, sorry.
just
Greg?
that in my recollection and experience, it's about at the high school level specifically, it's about 3/4 of the parents that sign up that finish.
Just to mention to you, when I took this course, it was not just parents for EP Foster, it was for the all elementary schools in the district in Ventura. And like around, I'll say 95% of parents were so committed to every workshop that we had for the 8 weeks, and like 95% graduated from the program. So it was a very welcome program for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I would just add, you had mentioned if you do have a really large group, obviously it's incredibly beneficial to our families. And we're also talking about not just creating a program that helps our current families, but we're creating generational change. Yeah. And I think you can't measure the bang for your buck in that regard to be able to have families that are all seeking higher education and armed forces and really making a change for the community. So I think that's kind of one of those factors that you can't really measure. Yeah. So I really appreciate that as well. Great. So come back to us if you feel like there's a larger draw for this.
We get a big interest, we'll be back for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought in one, I was looking back. I thought we had seen some numbers for PK from the LCAP presentation, but I couldn't find them. Did you have last year's participation numbers?
I don't think I've reported on PK specifically.
Okay.
No, I apologize.
Yeah, I was noting that as one of our follow-ups to see if we can find that data, because I don't think we had that either. Yeah.
I do think, one concern, because if Rogelio mentioned that we had sites with, 35 families, right? So if we have multiple sites that are running this program at 35 families, and now we're offering 50, are we gonna be turning people away?
I don't know.
Right. So,
I don't know.
So be curious to know what that number looks like.
Yeah. And part of the recruitment effort through Parent Square will give us a list, right? So if we take the first 50 in and there's 50 more, we'll be back. You'll see us again.
Any other questions?
I would just add, thank you for making sure that just for families' privacy, that we're doing it on an opportunity where parents are opting in before PK is given their data. So that was really important for me, and I'm thankful for that change.
Okay, we're on to action items. And I think, did we amend? No, that's 14. Okay, Superintendent.
Okay, thank you, President Peterson. So I'm just bringing my computer back up. Our first action item, the only one under Superintendent, is the proposed additions to our board policies. You've had an opportunity to review those. I know that several of you have posed questions, and so We're not going to go one by one through the presentations, but we're here to answer any questions that you have or concerns about these changes. So I'll turn it over to you.
Any question?
So for me, it's more about the process. Because I did submit my questions, I didn't get any answers back. So in the future, I would love to get my answer.
Oh, I apologize. I thought we thought that was live. Rose told us it was live, and you could see the responses as they were being posted.
I didn't get a notice saying like somebody answered your questions. It's in.
Got it.
Right?
That's on me. I apologize.
Yeah. So it would be good to have some loop closed on that.
Okay,
but then,
that's on me. My apologies.
But also, in the past, when CSBA sends out a policy recommendation change, they send out the summary, the full summary with the red lines. Here's what we're changing. Here are the various places where you can adopt language. Here's why you might adopt this versus that. We didn't get that. We just, so I think it's really helpful to have all of the information so that we can, at least for me, I mean, so I can look at, okay, why are they recommending this versus that? And, and then within what they're recommending, what is it staff is recommending us to adopt?
Yeah, we can absolutely do that going forward, for sure.
Any other questions or comments?
Well, I was just going to say, since this is an action item and it sounds like there's still some questions about how the policies, are we going to vote on this evening, or are we going to wait to get the information back?
That's up to the board. If the board felt comfortable moving forward today, you would take action. If not, then we would bring it back.
Yeah, you can do it at roll call. I mean, you can do it when we entertain a motion.
I would just ask if the board is, obviously you're considering taking action. If you were to take action, staff just asks that the policy 5116.1, the intra-district open enrollment, that we pull that. We're continuing to work through an issue on TK, and we want to refine that prior to our school of choice information. So
To pull, if it was approved, pull what?
5116.1.
Noted. Is there any public comment? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. I don't think we're good. Are we?
Well,
if we approve it, 51116P1 will be pulled.
Right, it would not be included
Would
in the
not be
adoption.
included.
Staff needs to take a look at that and bring it forward in the future date.
so my questions were answered, so I'd be willing to move that we adopt this.
Need a second?
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
No, just because I haven't had a chance to read the responses.
Trustee Forsythe.
No.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 3-0.
3-2.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say?
You said 3-0. Yeah, 3-2. Thank you. And Trustee Rodriguez, I apologize for that. We'll get that to you right away.
I found the link. Sorry, so I did find the link, but like I said, I just haven't had a chance to read them, so.
Okay, next, educational services. Administrative recommendation for student expulsion. Great.
President Peterson, as is our practice, we don't have a presentation in open session. The board's received this information in closed, and if the board felt comfortable, they would make a recommendation.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Consideration of supplemental novels.
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson. This is a fast track approval request. And once again, fast tracks are able to be fast tracked and not go through a full committee read because they're on the California Department of Education list. So we're pleased to bring this before you for consideration.
Do you have any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next is Resolution 25 through 22 regarding sufficient, I gotta take off my glasses. Instructional material.
Yeah, thank you. This is just the annual request, given our passing of the Williams inspection for sufficiency of textbooks.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Human Resources,
Ms. Crouch?
C1.
Yes, good evening, Board. The term of the Ventura Education Support Professionals Association's appointee to the Personnel Commission expires at noon on December 1st, 2025. And Ms. Carol Peak, our VESPA president, has submitted VESPA's nominee, Ms. Kathy Stallings, as their intended appointee to the Personnel Commission for a 3-year term, which would commence at noon on December 1st, 2025. California Education Code, Section 45246, provides that where a merit system is already in existence and a vacancy in the position nominated by the classified employees will occur, the classified employee shall submit the name of its nominee to the governing board at least 30 days prior to the date on which the vacancy will occur, and the governing board shall appoint that nominee to be effective on the date on which the vacancy will occur. This evening, it is requested that the board approve VESPA's nominee commencing December 1st, 2025.
Is Kathy here? No.
Any questions? All right.
I guess my only question, I think Kathy's currently serving as chair, right? Yeah, and I feel like she's done a great job, and they're doing really well.
Yeah, she has served 2 terms, so 6 years so far, under VESPA's appointee.
I'd be happy to move to accept their recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next are contracts exceeding 25,000.
I had a question about the play-in park. This is going to sound odd, but Asan, that seems very low for playground. That's not a whole, I mean, usually our playgrounds have been a lot more expensive than that. Is that just a part of the playground?
Which item are you referring to? Play-in park
structure.
for the TKK? That's just that's the playground equipment for the TKK portion, and the below is 1st to 5th grade. That's actual physical equipment.
Oh, so that's just the actual gear
Physical
that's going to be put
yes.
in the playground.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Any other questions? Okay, I entertain the motion.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Consideration of proposal from Finch Farms.
Go ahead, Dr. Mercer.
Yeah, so this is exactly what President Peterson, you mentioned. This is a proposal for Finch Farms, and after working with the property subcommittee, we are recommending to the Board of Education to reject the proposal for Finch Farms.
Any questions? Entertain a motion?
Actually, I have a question. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that the proposal is not attached. Are the proposals not made public?
No, because they're still considered under negotiation. So once the board whether decides to accept or reject, it becomes part of public records, and then we could provide that to anyone that requests
Okay,
it.
so the RFP will become public after we take action?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Entertain a motion?
I move to reject the proposal for Finch Farms.
Second.
Okay, vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Next is the consideration of proposals from Storm Properties.
So this was a proposal made by Storm Properties in response to the RFP for our other parcel for a Jewett Estate. And after working through the analysis with the property subcommittee, the recommendation is that the Board of Education reject the proposal for Storm Properties.
Okay, we do have public comment on this item.
I just wanted to come up and, oh, thank you.
Please remember our civility statement, and Mr. Noren has more than one comment this evening, so he's putting 1 minute on this particular item. Go ahead.
Thank you, staff. Good seeing you. Superintendent, board. I just want to come here and speak on behalf of farmland and the importance of the East Ventura Community Council going through the general plan and how every meeting farmland and preserving farmland needed to be the #1 thing on the east side. I got kind of confused with the agenda, to be honest, about 2, 3, and 4. I was looking for E there, so hopefully I'm not misspeaking in this moment. But the Finch Farm, it looks like you guys have rejected all proposals, so the farmland would be staying there. Thank you. And on the other 3 and 4, I'm looking for hopefully some information and communication, what those proposals look like, if it be the difference from Storm Properties for number 3, and then of course for 4, it'll be Cabrillo Economic Development Housing Authority, San Buenaventura. If the public could see what those look like during this process before public comment, that'd be great. Or maybe if I could have reference to an online to see what they look like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I will move to reject the proposal from Storm Properties.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and the next one is number 4, consideration of proposal from Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation.
Okay, once again, this was a proposal received for the Jewett Estate parcel. And after reviewing and working with the property subcommittee, reviewing the proposal from Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation and the Housing Authority of the City of San Buenaventura, Homes and Hope, submitted in response to the RFP for Jewett Estate, we are recommending to the Board of Education to reject the proposal for the Jewett Estate from Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation along with the Housing Authority and Homes and Hope.
Any questions before public comment? Okay.
Mr. Noren, you have 1 minute.
Thank you again, Mrs. Quiros, staff, superintendent, board again. Again, sticking up for what I think our community has spoken throughout the last 5 years in the general plan and our East Ventura Community Council meetings, how farmland is the identity of our community. We understand that farming needs to be economically viable. There needs to be some forward thinking about this, what's happening with the county, regulations, pesticides. So this public comment is not naive to those situations, but also very forward looking to our open space and what farmland and agricultural can mean to our community. And so really just strengthening that to never know what the future holds. And food it's pretty important, right? We talk about water and food, and in Ventura County, we have an abundance of both, and are in a good spot to be. And over the years, we've had stewards from families that have really given to this school district, from the foster family to generations and generations. And I think that you rejecting this proposal, to my understanding, continues to, I believe, strengthen the family's wishes for keeping it in farmland in certain situations. Not always viable and possible, but in this situation, thank you.
Time is up.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move to reject the proposal.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
We have something that was amended to the agenda, so we're actually going to go to 15B1.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Dr. Mercer.
good evening, board. So we wanted to present, have a discussion of the surplus properties as they remain, and a request for proposal timeline for the Washington Avenue and re-releasing the Jewett Estate. And we've invited Landis from DCG to kind of go over the timeline and the process.
I'm going to just highlight what's really of interest to the public, because some of the items on the timeline are inside process. The RFPs for the sites mentioned will be released next week, the week of September 29th. The district will be then subsequently reviewing those, but I want to highlight that there is a town hall meeting scheduled for October 7th. That meeting is intended to bring the community together for community input, and so that there's an opportunity for public discussion. Following that, while the potential bidders are preparing their proposals, the deadline for submission would be December 4th. And so in December, just taking in consideration the holidays, so between September 29th, the week of September 29th and December 4th, that's the open period for the RFPs. The district then will take the month of January to deliberate on any potential responses and make, at the board's pleasure, a decision. And selected buyers or proposals that are selected for negotiations are loosely scheduled to have those conversations taking place in January or in February. And so it would be the district's desire to have finalized the negotiations by the conclusion of February. So those are the highlights for the public, and this is all part of the board agenda.
Just a reminder to the board, our original waiver timeline expires December 31st, 2025.
Landis, I had a question. So, we had the public comment earlier about the proposals being public. Is there a process by which in this we can have the community know what it is we're sort of considering so that they can provide feedback on those things? I know that it's tricky because if we're in negotiations, we want to keep our sort of internal thinking internal, right? But at the same time, we have requested that anybody submitting a proposal would engage the community to get their feedback, right? And then the only way we can hear that feedback is if they know what it is we're considering.
Right. So it is a confidential process to a certain extent because you are in negotiations. And so there is everything that the board goes through is regulated by the Education Code and the Surplus Lands Act. And so they're just like personnel issues, real estate negotiations are confidential to an extent. What will happen at the public meeting is there will be a high-level discussion about land use. And so often the public may have very strong ideas about a certain use at a certain location. there is the opportunity at some point prior to the board making a final decision for there to be a discussion about, are those uses viable? If proposals are received, those are fixed, and the board then will make a decision that's in the best interest of the school district and also in the best interest of the community. And so if there is an intersection where the public has spoken out about a use and there is an actual proposal that meets that, then that will be something that would be made in time. If there are strong opinions on uses, but no user steps forward with that particular use, there could be a process to make sure that the public is educated that this use isn't contemplated. Now, with the process that you'll follow, there is a multi-step process. So there is a time in which you are able to announce to the community, we have received the proposals from these type of entities. And then in the future, when you take action, then you have the level of transparency that the public may want. But while you're in negotiations, I don't think there's a mechanism for the public to see, for instance, dollar amounts prior to the board making a decision. And that, I know, sometimes creates tension because the public may want to help deliberate on particular terms and conditions, and that's where the elected board is entrusted to do that, because the decision you're making ultimately is for the best interest of the community and for the school district. So I don't know so there may not be an opportunity for the public to see specific terms and conditions prior to taking action, but obviously if you take action on a particular proposal, that the actual PSA or purchase and sale agreement is made public prior to voting. So there will not be an opportunity prior to that vote to see what other proposals, if any, you were deliberating on. But the public does have an opportunity to provide input onto their desired uses. So, yeah.
I guess a follow-up question is, though, is there anything to prevent the person submitting the proposal from sharing the broad outline of what they're submitting to the district?
I think well, that's a legal question. My experience is it's a confidential. Yeah. My experience is that it's a confidential process. So I've never experienced where the bidder makes public what they're proposing. And typically that could put them at a disadvantage again, because it is competitive in nature. And so that's part of the reason why the district does hold the information in confidence, because if the property values are X and then you disclose, well, we're willing to take Y, then that doesn't serve the district's best interest, if that makes any sense. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Are we just voting on the two sites, or are we adding the Jewett
This
site?
portion of the presentation is a conference item. We just moved it up, given the relation to the action the board just took.
Because just my personal point of view is I don't think we ought to be selling any of our raw property. I think that is the future of the district, maybe not next year, maybe not 10 years from now, but 50, 100 years from now, if the district needs a school site and we force the board to have to go out and buy that land at those prices, I think we're not doing our due diligence for the future of the district. So just so you know, that anything that would propose selling that property, I would have a hard time. I mean, it'd have to be such a good offer and I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dandenberg. Your point is well taken. We start through the RFP process, and so the board will receive RFPs on these properties. We're not contemplating any other properties at this point. We would have to go through that surplus land process, and we are working forward with these properties that we currently have. That's what's being stipulated now.
Yeah, so the Sudden Estate RFP will not be re-released, and so the Jewett, along with the Washington Avenue, that's being planned to be released Monday, at the latest.
But no additional properties are being contemplated.
And then is there a reason that we're not including this site?
There's a lot of reasons.
A lot of yes, a lot of reasons. I mean, I think for the public consumption, it's we would need to identify an alternative location. Also, depending upon the types of let's hope that we receive a lot of interest on those properties. One of those other properties could affect what we end up doing with this property. So we have there are many reasons as to why. Plus, this as we know from previous discussions, this property is the most complex out of all the properties.
So my concern is only that the waiver for this property is also set to expire, right? So it doesn't leave us a lot of time.
Thank you. We will be coming back to the board in the future when, if we receive any indication explicitly from the California Department of Education or the State Board of Education that our waiver process in any way is endangered, we absolutely will need to take a course correction. Yeah.
And then lastly, for you, Landis, I know this is a very aggressive timeline, right? Do you feel like it's definitely something that we can do?
Yes, I think, yes, because the audience interested we're right there. So we don't recommend going past the dates that we've set. So it's taking into account the holiday, and so there's enough time between next week and December 4th for bidders to make their proposals, and then the district then has enough time to deliberate. If it were any later, then there would be a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be update on student support services, social workers, and clinical services. Oh, it's.
Up to you. We're about 6 minutes out. If you want to do this before they start their presentation.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, next is the update on VUSD General Education, Social Worker, and Clinical Services.
Thank you very much, President Peterson, Board. Before I introduce Maria Lizaraz, who heads the Student Support Services Department that oversees our general education licensed clinical social worker program, I just wanted to, again, point out that this wing of our licensed clinical social workers is the non-IEP general education wing of our program. We have IEP-driven social worker, clinical social workers in the setting, providing IEP-driven counseling services. This is for our general education students, so we're approaching sort of our 4-year anniversary of having this program. So just as a point of contrast to keep in mind, these services are for our general education students and are separate from other social workers providing services to students with IEPs. So really pleased to have Maria here and her team, and I'll let her introduce everyone. Take it away, Maria.
Good evening, Board, and thank you for the opportunity to present an update on our social workers, clinicians. Today with me is Vicki Jasenchuk, who is the Assistant Director of Student Support Services. And then we also have Roxana Flores, who's a social worker in our district, and Maria Lemus Maldonado, and they're going to be helping with the presentation. We'll have you start with the team.
Good evening. We are a dedicated team of 8 professionals. We are a combination of social workers and clinicians for the district. We are composed of 4 associates, and associates are individuals that are working towards their licensure with the Board of Behavioral Sciences. We have 3 licensed clinical social workers and 1 licensed professional clinical counselor. We provide home visits, and we do home visits and wellness checks with counselors, administrators, and sometimes our SROs as well. We check on students that are not attending school and have chronic absences. Our goal when we do our home visits is to identify any barriers that are preventing the students from attending school. We also provide short-term therapeutic services that consist from a range of 6 to 8 sessions with the students, and a wide range of topics that can be included in those sessions are psychoeducation, coping skills. They also include communication skills, problem-solving techniques, and processing emotions and events that may be affecting the student at the moment or impacting them. We provide case management and community referrals to our students and their families as well, and we also ensure a warm handoff for continuity of care. We provide support for our foster youth, and this also includes the students that are living in a group home. We ensure that they attend school on a regular basis. We provide summer supports for students and families, and what that means is that we provide services up until the end of June, and we can start as early as August 1st to provide services as well. During the summer, we identify students that may have barriers to attending school on that first day of school. We reach out to them, we go to their homes, we provide backpacks and school supplies to them. Unhoused student support, we provided services for 678 unhoused students and their families last year in the school year of 2024 through 25, and that almost doubled from the previous year of the school year 23 through 24. And we contract through shelter care for navigating housing needs.
Sorry, can I just ask you a question on that slide? For the 678 unhoused students, is that the number of students that you provided services to, or is that the number of unhoused students we have in our district? And or are those the same?
It's a combination, but yes, it is a number of students that were unhoused that particular year, and they did provide services as well. And some, I would say the number of students that were provided with services might be lower than the total number, but it's pretty close.
And so for those 600 students, they are proactively reached out to by our social worker team?
Yes, they're proactively reached out by the social worker team, and we also have our homeless, foster and homeless liaison, who in the last couple of years has hosted meetings here at the district office for those families as well, and the social workers have participated in those meetings.
Good evening. So we also wanted to have an opportunity to give you a few examples of the wonderful work that our social workers have done. And as you know, we have to be careful that we're not violating the students' privacy, so we don't have specific details in there, but we still wanted to give you a little example of some wonderful highlights and all the hard work they've done. So here's our first example, is of a foster student was suspected of living in volatile conditions. The school site referred the case to our Student Support Services Department, and then we assigned this to one of our social workers. And the social worker was able to work with the student to build a relationship to the point of the student opening up to them about their experience. And the social worker was able to conduct a family-based intervention that allowed for significant improvement in the home life of that student. And the social worker's intervention and support ultimately enabled that student to engage at school more effectively, make up credits, and was able to develop positive peer relationships as well.
We have a second example. We had a student that experienced a life-threatening traumatic accident. The school site referred this case to Student Support Services. Again, we assigned this case to a social worker. The social worker built rapport with the family, who were initially apprehensive of school staff and outside support. And after extensive medical treatment, the student returned to campus, but faced frequent absences due to the ongoing medical issues that impacted attendance. Social workers supported the student's challenging transition back to school. The student eventually recovered, graduated, and transitioned to a local community college.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria Lemus Maldonado, and I also want to give a shout out to my colleagues that are here. They're all social workers. Just wanted to share a bit of the collaboration with school staff and service providers. So the team collaborates with a wide range of agencies throughout the community that does support the families and the students. And so one of the agencies is Ventura Behavioral Health. When we do refer to behavioral health, it often is when students need a higher level of care. So we're able to refer them out to behavioral health. Their turnaround can take a little bit, but they've been very supportive, and then we're able to still collaborate and connect the student back into our school setting. It doesn't mean just because we referred the students kind of on their own. We're still checking in and making sure those services are being provided. We do collaborate with Ventura County Public Health. We're very lucky that we do get a public health nurse during our SARB meetings, so they're often there to also provide and link that referral from family to student and back into the community. Examples of a public health supporting would be if a family needs more education on a specific medical concern that's taking place. They've also supported our families with the medical process. So they've been an awesome resource as well. The Ventura County Family Justice Center has been an awesome resource for a lot of our families that are experiencing a lot of traumatic violence within their home and even outside in the community. They've been an awesome resource to link families to. Livingston Memorial has definitely showed up for us as well. Some of our high school settings have actually had grief and grieving support at their school sites, and some of those referrals have also come from Livingston Memorial. Tri-Counties Regional Center, we also collaborate with them as well, and that's in families navigating like kiddos from 0 to 5, and even we've had cases where they've supported some of our high school students as well, connecting them with speech services. So they've been an amazing resource. And then Interface, the Lead, Inspire, and Focus and Transform program is also supporting it's a partnership that's supporting our youth that are in the juvenile justice system, but Interface has supported us as well with when we're connecting them to other therapeutic services. The Ventura Police Department, they sometimes support us with some of the home visits, so we're thankful for that. Shelter care has been another resource where families are able to get some of their basic needs, and like my colleague Roxana shared, they're often able to help us navigate some of the housing for families, so referring to them has been very beneficial. Kids and Families Together has been also a great resource where we have a lot of families in our district that are going through foster care or kinship or grandparents that are reparenting again. Sometimes we cannot provide a lot of that therapeutic service in that sense because there's a lot of legalities when it comes to adopting. So Kids and Families Together has been a resource that helps the families navigate through that. And when I say we refer, it doesn't mean we're like, here you go, this is a referral, see you later. No, it's more of like, did they follow through? Are they being seen? Are they still getting the support? Forever Found has been an amazing support for us as well. This organization helps a lot with kiddos that have been identified as sexually trafficked youth. So they've been a collaborative with a lot of my colleagues as well. And then Nate's Place supports students with substance use. I know that the referrals that we send out have been supportive. They also collaborate with a lot of our schools, and they, if students are willing, they do get picked up and they get transferred over to Nate's Place with their consent. So it's just not a big, it's just a small picture of kind of the services that we collaborate with and that we're very thankful that are supportive to our district.
Just on this slide really quick before you switch. I understand this is not an exhaustive slide of all of the resources you use, but given that we had a large population of unhoused students on our last slide, a couple of things. Number one, I would like, if we could at some point get some data on what our numbers are for this year for our unhoused students. I'd appreciate that. And then also, I just want to make sure that we're using our resources like Housing Ventura, Cabrillo Economics, many mansions, all that. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're like totally exhausting all of our community resources for our unhoused families.
Yes, and we have Laura de la Rosa, who is our homeless and foster youth liaison, and the social workers support the work that she does, and she does work with all of those groups. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, before you leave this slide, so I had a question about VCBH. I reached out to their chair before this meeting because I had some questions about like the overlap, and I know they're facing significant budget cuts in the years ahead. And so one of the things that she shared was that they were concerned about being able to continue to serve the population that they serve now. So is there a second tier partner that we're looking to move into some of those spaces? Because she basically said, like, we don't expect to be able to continue to provide the services except for, they have a lot more federal restrictions, as I'm sure you understand, on how they can use their dollars that they didn't have a year ago.
And we don't have a plan yet, but something that we definitely are going to have to look into further in terms of if those services are not available, what are we going to do? And right now we're lucky enough to have the support of the social workers who are clinicians and are able to provide that short-term therapeutic support. However, for longer term, that's when we refer to VCBH. So definitely we need to figure out what that plan's going to be moving forward if those supports are not going to be available.
And currently with your team, what's your general kind of caseload per, like, do you, I didn't, I mean, if you don't know off the top of your head, I just was curious roughly what your individual caseloads
Yes,
look like.
absolutely. And I think in terms of caseloads where they're actually meeting with students on an individual basis, it would be between about 25, which is similar to what they're doing with the special education social workers. The only difference with this particular group is that that might be their caseload. However, they're doing a lot of the case management that might not be part of the caseload, or there's other things that they're doing with attendance. So their caseloads, in terms of number of students, there are about 25 that they're working directly with. However, there's other needs where they're able to support. I don't know if I'm
yeah. So I guess what I would love to see, and I didn't ask this in advance, although because I did ask, like, what are the total number of students that the program has served, right? And the answer I got was roughly 450 total cases or referrals for the social worker team during the course of the year. Well, we have 8 people, right? So what I would love to understand is, like, kind of what does that look like from a case management / time management perspective? Like, how many of those are, if 25 of those are true case management, right? Then it sounds like each of them have another 50 that they're, also kind of touching in with occasionally, or referring out, or including in groups, which is on a later slide, right? So I just would love to understand kind of what their responsibilities in practice look like.
Yeah, I'll just say, well, we can absolutely get that information to you. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello. So at the heart of our work as school social workers is a deep commitment to collaboration, because we know that supporting students, especially those facing significant challenges, is not a solo endeavor. It takes a team-based approach rooted in trust, compassion, and shared responsibility. So we participate in student study team meetings as SSTs, where we collectively address the needs of the student and also the family. We also bring up problem solving, which I love. I just recently participated at one in Elmhurst, and it was beautiful to see the team come together and all put in, the ideas to help support the family and the student as well. We also play a key role in school attendance review board meetings, so SARB, also school attendance review team meetings, so SART. Chronic absenteeism often signals deeper challenges in a student's life. And our role is to work alongside families and school teams to uncover root causes and create responsive, compassionate interventions. On a day-to-day level, we are constantly collaborating with principals, counselors, teachers, and support staff. We serve as a bridge, helping align academic, behavioral, and emotional supports to ensure each student receives the care they need. This kind of seamless collaboration is essential in building a school culture that is both inclusive and proactive. We also work hand in hand with school and wellness counselors to facilitate group therapy sessions. These groups allow students to build meaningful connections, process emotions, develop coping strategies in a safe and supportive environment. So in moments of acute need, such as the crisis, we also are trained to support the school sites in providing crisis intervention, ensuring students have the resources that they need and the appropriate support, because that is definitely a time for families that feels overwhelmed, and we as social workers want to be there as a support. We also are very involved in the school-wide events and initiatives, such as social emotional learning, positive behavioral supports, attendance improvement strategies, educational equity and access, mental health and wellness promotion, and college and career decision-making support. And this all aligns with our LPAC goals from 2024 to 2027, which is goal number 1, academic achievement. We come in and help remove social, emotional, and behavioral barriers to learning. So that might look like advocating for SSTs, that might look like collaborating with teachers, school psychologists, admin. That is coming with a trauma-informed model, knowing that the students who are having difficulties often will have a rough or hard childhood, and sometimes it's not completely apparent. So we come in and kind of do the digging to identify the needs of the students. Goal number 2, which is a positive learning environment. We So also support with decreasing suspensions. We want to help these students in need that are trying to identify coping strategies to lessen those suspensions. We also want to identify a person-centered approach. So again, trying to tailor the needs of this student because we are at Tier 3, so we have that opportunity to work very hand in hand with the students and families. Goal number 3, which is family engagement. We do a lot of phone calls. We do a lot of home visits. Next month, Lemon Grove is hosting a parent roundtable night where parents can come together and discuss their successes, their struggles, and that is something I'm supporting Dr. Martinez with. Goal number 4, which is early literacy. Again, as we're working with these students, we have sessions where they said, I don't understand this information. And it's not them being lazy. It's not them just disengaging. There could be a learning issue, or there could be a processing issue. And so we are able to communicate that with the team and move forward to what would an SST look like, maybe they recommend a 504. But again, as a school social worker, we have the opportunity to identify those needs. Goal number 5 is college and career readiness. We have our social workers like Roxana at the Ventura High School. We have our team at Buena, and we have our team at Pacific. So we do vocational counseling where we're asking them questions. Where do you see your future going? Especially I think in middle school and high school, just getting them on track to identify they have potential, they have worth, and they have a future. So ultimately, this collaborative model is not just about reacting to problems. It's about finding and building a connected support network for our students to set them up for long-term success. We are helping students build resilience, confidence, and curiosity so they can launch into their unknowns of their future with strength, purpose, and wonder.
So, Dr. Castro, I think one of the things that would be helpful for me, I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but to understand the interplay between our social worker team, our wellness counselors, our college and career academic counselors, because some of what is there, right, if this is Tier 3 interventions, some of what's there is Tier 1 and Tier 2, right? So are they doing Tier 1 and Tier 2, or are they only doing Tier 3? Is it Tier 1 and Tier 2 in collaboration with others?
Well, I think I'll hand it over to you to talk about the interplay between the tiers. But I want to go back to the first part. Yeah, we absolutely need to bring to the board, like, where are those intersections? Because one of the other groups that you didn't list, but I probably was on your mind, is also school psychologists. So there's absolutely an interactive effect there. Okay. Why don't you go ahead and respond to the Tier 2 versus Tier 3?
Yes, I will answer about the tiers. The way it works with our social workers is we're receiving referrals from the sites, and it's after they've exhausted all of the supports at the school. So all of the students for the Tier 1, it's 100% of the students. All of them are receiving Tier 1. Then your Tier 2 is a smaller number of students. We are getting that group that needs the most support, and that's how the referral process comes in. So it's really Tier 3. They're not working with all students. They are working with the students that need the most support. And again, that's through a referral process or information that we receive from the sites where the counselor or the administrator is reaching out and saying, we have exhausted all of the supports that the counselor, that the school can provide, and now we need some additional help, and that's where we step in. So most of their work, yes, it is Tier 3.
So like the groups that was on the previous slide, like group therapy sessions, that's only for kids who are in group therapy Tier 3. Or like she mentioned, being at a parent night, right? So that seems like a role that would typically be done by a school counselor, but it's a social worker that's doing it.
The reason why at times there might be a need for the social worker to be part of that is that the counselors have asked them to help facilitate or co-facilitate because they're not at a place where they feel like they can, they might need additional support. And for us, we want to make sure that we help the entire team. So whenever there's a request for a social worker to help with an event or with something that might seem like a Tier 2 or Tier 1 support, we're always happy to do that. It's always hard to say no. We just do Tier 3. But most of their work, it is Tier 3 unless we get a request from a site. Mm-hmm.
And I'll just add real quickly, I wrote down what you said about the Lemon Grove parent event, and I think this is a good opportunity perhaps for one of the social workers to talk about how is that approach different? When a social worker is co-facilitating that, one of the things I've learned over the years is that often the work that you do is approaching that from a family systems dynamic, and I could see how that would lend itself to those kinds of events, because in particular, you're talking about a group of parents that's coming sometimes in some ways to celebrate the things that they've achieved with their students, but otherwise also coming to seek a sense of community for maybe where they feel like they're falling short. So if you can kind of share how that would look or feel a little bit different through the eyes of a social worker.
So I think when it comes to our families, we're taking in all of their dynamic. So for instance, we have an elementary age student who's struggling to get to school. And as we have these conversations, because it's severe, it comes to tier 3. After talking with mom, we find out there's a newborn in the house. And so that just completely throws off the routine. And so when we come in with a family systems approach, we're looking at what is factoring in that's causing the student to either not be at school or not doing well or behaviorally outbursting. In the past, we have had students who were acting out and then to find out they're witnessing domestic violence at home. And so that's why we take it as a family systems approach. And next month, we wanted it to be more of a conversation instead of just like a parenting class. It's more so, what are your struggles? What are you going through? Because I think more often than not, parents are afraid to share their frustrations or their struggles and not realizing those who are parents, we have those same struggles. So how do you respond differently that it doesn't end up in a place where your kid's behaviorally acting out at school or you're screaming at your kid and they're crying? So that's where we come in with these agencies as well, because they have the experience in the background, like First Five, Brotherhood of Fatherhood, which is part of Child Support Services, and they're trying to encourage fathers. We also have Interface coming, Family Justice Center. So it's all these different approaches, like what is going on in the house, and not so much being condescending or criticizing the family, but what are your needs and how can we address those needs? So that's the family system approach.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, so we talked about this a little bit already, but we wanted to give you some numbers. So what it did look like last year, Maria had already explained that these 450 referrals came in through either the school site counselor or the administrator at the school site. And then there's the breakdown, so you can kind of get an idea of the level that the student was at that these referrals came into. So 35% were high school students, 31% were middle school students, 5% from our TK through 8th grade schools, and then 29% were elementary. And then with the work that the social workers did, they had 4,500, actually over that, of services and supports that they were providing to our students and families. And this is the first time in my career, over 30 years, that I have seen this level of supports given to our students, our general education students. I've never seen this type of supports that we've been able to, and a lot of times these students were the ones that we weren't seeing or falling through the cracks, and now we're helping that whole child with even external things that are happening in the home or happening in their life, whether it is at school or outside of school, and we're able to provide them with those supports, which is just such a wonderful thing. So the breakdown of those services, again, was 41% high school, 34% middle school, 4% were in TK through 8th grade, and 21% in our elementary schools. And like we touched on as well, they do help with our attendance support. As you know, attendance is the foundation to everything. If our students aren't coming to school, they're not accessing their academics, they're not accessing any type of social emotional supports that they may need, social groups, their friendships, accessing everything that they do get during the school year if they're not coming to school. They participated along with me in over 600 individual attendance meetings. And there in those meetings, that's where we're breaking down the barriers, finding out why they're not coming to school, what is it that they're avoiding, what is going on. And then after those meetings, in between,
They're doing weekly or bi-weekly check-ins with the students, helping them overcome the barriers, helping them with coping skills. If it is school avoidance, they're helping them deal with those things so we can get them to school. And the breakdown of that was 50% were our high school students, 36% middle school, 13% elementary, and 1% TK through 8. And as you know, we're working really hard on reducing our chronic absenteeism rate, and it was 16.1%, and we're trying to get that to 11% or lower, and they've just been a tremendous help helping get our students to school. And then we have a third case. This one is a student who was repeatedly running away from home every Thursday and returned home on Monday, exhausted and distressed. The school site referred this case again to Student Support Services, and we assigned a social worker to support. Concerned for their safety and possible exploitation, the social worker involved the Ventura Police Department, Child Protective Services, the Human Trafficking Task Force, and the family. They led a formal investigation, and there was, critical successful interventions. The student was freed from trafficking, moved back home, and attended school consistently.
This is our last slide, and I wanted to emphasize how our Gen Ed social worker program intersects with our other VUSD initiatives. So you know that we are engaged in implementing the cost recovery program authorized by the state of California, the multi-payer fee schedule with our partner Healthy Campus, and all the services that they provide are billable on the fee schedule. So they're a really critical part of that implementation. So thank you, social workers, for being a part of this new initiative. Also, the attendance issue, it's really critical. It's on the dashboard. It's related to money, and more importantly, related to learning. And so the kinds of absenteeism issues, the really severe chronic absenteeism issues, this is where our Tier 3 specialists come in, where prior 4 years ago, these students would have maybe received a little support, but largely fallen through the cracks. You can see how severe some of these cases are. We have, with the state's ATSI, the Additional Targeted Support and Improvement, we have had our metrics with respect to our student group, our foster and homeless student group. You can see a lot of their work is emphasized on supporting those groups. So our most at-risk, our most needy students, again, prior to 4 years ago for our general education students, we just didn't have those kinds of supports. So becoming increasingly necessary and increasingly industry standard. So really critical part of our support for the whole child. Also, suspension rates. I know it's a big lift by everyone, but for those students who are chronically engaged in behaviors and have home lives that tend to produce decreased engagement in school and increased behavior incidences, et cetera, they play a critical role. And obviously, the parent engagement part. And I think that one thing, if we could characterize what social workers do, they're very family focused. I appreciate, Dr. Castro, that you brought that up, that family systems, very family focused. They're in homes. They're, and that's just not something that we have had before. And so it really important part of our multi-tiered system. So really appreciate all of you being here. And thank you, Marie and Vicki, for leading this up, and happy to answer any questions that you might have about this program.
I don't have any questions, but I'd really like to thank you, ladies. When I was a principal, I wish I would have had these supports for my students. It's just amazing what you do, so thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't have any questions either. That was a very thorough presentation, and I really appreciated all of your input, especially the more personalized examples of changes. Bravo to all of you for being able to connect with those students.
So as usual, I'm going to buck the trend because I do have more questions. So I guess 2 slides back, you talk about the healthy campus. I was curious, I know we're going to get the data on how many families have enrolled in that process. So I would love to get specific to the Tier 3 students, like what that looks like. And then are we projecting, like, based on current use, what our reimbursement would look like with that model?
We're very early in that evaluation. Maria and the team, they work with Katie McCarroll, who leads this effort. We've met with her recently, and just as Greg was nodding a moment earlier, we're gonna get some initial projections to you. We will definitely have it by the budget study session, but we're gonna have some front load some of that information even before that.
Okay, yeah, because I think, because I did ask before, and I know, so the program as a whole costs us a little under $1 million. So again, that's why I'm tying it back to the Healthy Campus stuff, because we want to know how sustainable, right? Because, so just looking at the numbers, like what you all are doing is incredible. That's why I was asking the question, the number of people that you are managing to serve, the services that you provide, the supports, the interventions. I mean, it is for 8 people, that's a lot of interventions that you're doing. So, so thank you. I did want to ask, I know you guys are both here. Can you introduce yourselves? Are you,
I guess up to the microphone. Okay. My name is Gianni Mendez. I'm one of the associate social workers. And if you wanted to know what schools I'm at Lincoln, Will Rogers, and Citrus Glen.
I'm Damian Taylor. I'm an associate social worker. I'm at Balboa, Portola, and Homestead.
Thank you. I mean, if you're going to stay here till, 9 o'clock, you should at least have a chance to introduce yourself at the microphone. But the only other kind of question that I had is, I think it would be really helpful to have kind of the broader, when we talk about MTSS, like we always kind of talk about things in chunks, and it would be really nice to have the whole picture together, because I know what you do dovetails with, what our wellness counselors are doing and what our psychologists are doing, and kind of understanding that whole framework in one place would be helpful for me. I don't know. And especially as we move forward with budget conversations, right? Like, because it's all tied together, but it's these separate buckets, so.
To answer your question real fast, I think it intertwines, like you said, where you can see some of those one tier. If we have a kid that hasn't gone to school forever and we associate with herself, and we figure that out, you're going to see some of those first tier coming up, because they're so far behind, because we have kids that miss 3 months, 4 months, half a year. We're starting from ground zero to get them back up. So you'll see some of those tier 1 things come up because it's associated with the tier 3. So that's when they say we will have tier 1 identifications in there. Is that okay?
I would like to just, thank you for being so thorough in your presentation. I come from the special ed side, so, I always get those two confused between when it comes to social workers and providing services for families. So I really appreciate you kind of informing me about that. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we're on to consent calendar, but we're going to, as amended, remove 16D3 and pull 16D4 for discussion. So we can start with, go ahead.
I'm sorry, President Peterson. I just, as a note, if you look in the number 16 consent calendar header, the first line is misnumbered where it says 17A1 to 17D4. We missed that, so that should say 16. Our apologies.
Noted. So we can pull 16D4 for discussion.
That was the
So I
CONAP,
had
yeah.
emailed Dr. Castro asking for that item to be discussed. I didn't, let me slow down. I didn't feel like the attachments explained what it is, so I just wanted to know what it is.
Sure, Dr. Mirza, and then
Yeah.
I'll join in.
The CONAP is consolidated app is our application for funding for Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV funding. And so this specific, we fill it out twice a year. This specific report is our actual application that we're applying from the federal government to give us our Title I through Title IV funding. And then say mid-year, you'll have a report that we have to report back to the feds, like an 18-month expenditure report, like an update of, okay, here's a 24-month expenditure report. So how are you on your expenditures of those funds? And so this specific report is just our application of funding.
And I'll just add, since we have an opportunity to talk about the CONAP, one of the connectedness pieces with site budgets is related to the CONAP and the determinations that we make on the number of unduplicated students or low income primarily for Title I. So right now we're going through the income verification form phase. There could be consequences for school sites if they fluctuate, positive consequences if they fluctuate above whatever threshold we set for those title funds, and then losses in funds if year over year the student population shifts a little bit, a couple percent, or so that's one piece, but then also if we set a threshold differently after studying it for a couple of years, that could also affect site budget. So that's a lot of that is generated and codified in the CONAP.
And I'm sorry, can you say again which item was being pulled?
It was D3. It was the donations. There was an error. D4 was pulled for discussion. Staff pulled D3 altogether.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion with the amendments.
Move to approve.
Second?
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes, and I just want to point out that we're not anti-school sign because we didn't even pull that one.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, board reports.
I have nothing.
I can't think of anything either. Yeah, I mean, tons of back-to-school nights. Went to the Buena game last Friday. That was really fun. Dance team was great. And, it was just a super, super fun night. The kids were all there in their Western gear, and so it's just great being on the campuses. That's my favorite part of the job. So.
So I just wanted to share with the board that not this past weekend, but the weekend before, the district paid for me to attend the California Latino School Board Association meeting in San Diego, which was really, really informative. Because it happened over the weekend, I apologize to staff. I was like continuously emailing them like, hey, I just heard about this really cool thing. But I got a chance to attend a session by a district that has very successfully consolidated schools. They had a really good time frame and like sort of guidelines and communication strategy, which I was able to share with Dr. Castro and Dr. Mirza, and learned a lot about some of what districts are doing to support their immigrant families and provide services to help families and kids feel safe on campus, and had a chance to meet former Attorney General, former Director of DHH, Javier Becerra, and who's also a candidate for governor, and asked one of the only questions, which was, what are you going to do about Prop 98? Because at the end of the day, really all we care about is you making sure our funding is protected so we can educate kids. So it was really good, and I just wanted to circle back because the district paid for my attendance. So thank you.
Okay, my timeline. the timeline is right. Didn't we do a government question panel for the second graders?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it was Dr. Castro and Sabrina, and we got interviewed by the second graders, and they asked some very interesting questions on always up to how much money you got in your pocket. So, it was
And
a
President
fun time.
Peterson, what was your answer? Because you actually had some cash on you.
It was $71. Yeah.
The best part, though, you missed it, but the first, when they asked, like, oh, so what is it the board does? I said, well, we're in charge of the budget. How much do you guys think we spend on education in Ventura Unified every year? And they were like, $300, $2,000. And I was thinking, like, why are you lowballing us? But they're second graders, right? So, like, their number counting doesn't go that high. But when I told them our actual budget, there was so much guffawing. Like, people fell over off their tables. It was just so cute to see. So, anyway, thanks for coming.
Yeah, the only part of the energy that matched that was the conversation about chocolate milk. Yeah.
Okay, coming events.
All right, and that slide's coming up. So as has already been mentioned, we continue back to school nights for a couple more weeks. We have CDAC coming up on the 26th, PAC on October 3rd. Looking forward to as many of you who can join us for the VUSD Town Hall, focused on our property utilization. That's on this October 7th. AAPC on October 8th, our next Teacher of the Month celebration. We just had an amazing one at Will Rogers, really beautiful events, but this next one is at Lincoln on October 16th. Which is also the same date as DLAC. And then we have our first LCAP facilitation of the year on November 20th.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that I was at the Teacher of the Month, which those are my favorite, some of my favorite times, because the person receiving the award are so surprised that they received the award, but obviously they do the work, but so surprised that they see it. So those are fun events. Future board items.
I just have a request that when we have our budget meeting, can we have some analysis on how schools use the extra money that we allotted per site in order to kind of make up the differential for the layoffs?
Yes,
for
we
the
will.
classified?
We will absolutely be prepared for that.
Thank you.
I'll move adjournment.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.